Excited to be here at the North Star Classic to get us sort through some of your shows today, starting out with a really nice class of Red Angus heifers here. Young lady that's going to start the class, a heifer that does so rather handily. I love the robustness about this heifer, the shape of her top, getting behind her. She's the widest pin set heifer in the class, gets around and moves around the ring very comfortably. I love the way she gets out and throws that neck high. A very nice heifer. I think the decision comes down to the second and third place heifer. I opted to go with a heifer that's maybe gives up a little bit in terms of composition and power. I just prefer the way this heifer gets around and moves around the ring a little more comfortably out of her front end. She ties just a shot higher than the heifer in third. Again, she maybe gives up a little power compared to the young man heifers in third, and that's what I like about this heifer. One that's bold and robust there in the center portion of her body. I just like to see her just get around and just coach more comfortably off that front 1/3. It just maybe clean her up there through her chest floor. Young man's got a really nice heifer, really sound, one that just definitely could use a little more time on feed. A heifer that is really, really sound, good looking, a nice design, good heifer, just needs some time. Congratulations. Really nice class of red Angus heifers here. It's very deep. Several heifers here that I think have really positive traits about them. Young lady's heifer that's going to start the class, she just does so. She's the most complete. She's the one that, to me, has the least amount of structural corrections I like to make. She's bold and long, and that underline comes out really nice out of that blade. I think that's a nice place to start. The advantages she has over the young man's heifer here in second is I do think this is a really nice heifer. I would like to just smooth her up there about her blade, just maybe clean her up there in terms of her chin. Heifer that's got a lot of bone, really smooth made type of a heifer. I think those are two really nice ones to start off the class. Two more robust heifers come next. I really appreciate the moderate power and copious amounts of body that the young man's heifer has here. One that gets around the ring nice. I'd maybe just like to clean her up there in her composition. She's pushing just a little much for me today. She's an easy doing type of a female. One that I really appreciate will make a nice cow. Same can be said for the young ladies. Ones I'd like to just clean her up there in her chest floor. Maybe make her a shot sounder to get her ahead of the heifer in front of her. But one that's big, bold, and powerful. Certainly going to make a nice cow for the young lady. The young lady's heifer's coming out next. One that I really appreciate on the standstill. I love the length. I love the length of her hip. I love the body. One I'd like just to make a little more correct there off either end as she goes. Young lady rounds out with a stout, big top, big powerful heifer. One that I think we just need to make a little sounder, maybe soften her up as she go to get her in higher today. Here in the Red Angus show over here, actually five heifers I would love to load up on my trailer and take home. I don't think that there is a lot wrong with any of these heifers, and if we want to sit and debate this class and argue type and kinds, I'd love to do that because I don't think you can go wrong. I think these top three individuals out here all bring something really good to the table, and so to me it comes down to personal preference and which one would I put in my barn and like to breed on, and that's the young lady's heifer here. Is she the greenest in terms of composition today in the trio? Yeah, she probably is. She's not as robust as the two heifers behind her. To me, where she has the advantage is her extra length. I love the feet and legs on this heifer. I love the future that she projects. I love how tidy she is in through that forerib up through her chest floor. Her shoulder may set a little out, and at times she may want to kind of get a little off in her hip, just ever so slightly. But boy, that's a really, really nice female, one that I think has a tremendous amount of future. Young lady's heifer in second. She's got the advantage in boldness and power in this class, and that's why I go back and forth on the two females. This one's ready today. She's going to be a more moderate frame type of a heifer, and that's not a bad thing. One that just reads to me donor cow all the way. She wants to duck her hip ever so slightly. I'd like to just stretch her out a little bit through her front end, but that's getting really nitpicky on a really nice heifer. The problem child for me is this heifer, because to me she is a lot like our class winner. There's just a few minor structure things. She isn't the longest striding heifer of the trio. She wants to get pinched just a little bit in her loin, and she's probably pushing the most amount of chest, but again, that is a really striking from the profile, big bodied, cool fronted heifer. I don't like getting too picky on her. I think that one's really, really nice. Two heifers in their own right that are really good. Young man's lighter red heifer here, one that's chock full of power. She's the biggest footed heifer in the class, and I appreciate that about her. One that's got a lot of top. For me today, she just gets a little off in her hip. She's just pushing just a shot of condition. Young lady, don't be down. You ran into a buzzsaw of a class. That's a really nice, big, robust, stout heifer. One that I just need to see some extras to get any higher here today. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Over here, a lot of really nice heifers that cover a lot of basics. Maybe not the one that just comes out and grabs you, and that's what makes it challenging and hard to sort through. I opted to use Young Lady's heifer here. She is the definition of completeness. She's big-bodied, she's nice-legged, she's got plenty of power. I wish her chest didn't set as low as it does, and I wish she was a little bolder there in her forerib, but a really, really nice place to start, one that I think does the least amount wrong. Young Lady's January heifer here, one that I appreciate, more of a moderate frame, maybe the freshest heifer in the class, one that I'd like to just elevate there in her pin set, or in her hook set, just make her a little more level there through her top, but a heifer that's really sound and really striking. The neatest necked heifer in the class is the Young Ladies. Two heifers that to me are similar in type of kind, big, robust type of heifers. One that I think just uses her hind leg. She's a little more mobile than the young man's heifer that's in fourth. One that I appreciate the stoutness and boldness and all the body that one has. Going to make a really nice cow for the young man. Same to be said for this heifer. If I could reconstruct her hind leg, I think we could get her a lot higher in this class. A heifer that I really appreciate the fleshiness and easy doingness and the power. Two heifers that round out the class ones that I'd like to just give them just a shot more substance. Young Lady's heifer here, one that's really striking from the profile. Just needs a little, I just need to see a little more of her in terms of that center 1/3. Maybe just relax her on both sides of her skeleton. Young man brings out a really nice sound heifer. We just need to see a little more foot size and performance in that one to get any higher. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really nice designed red Angus heifer here, one that I appreciate the length, the skeleton, the freshness that she comes in. If we're going to nitpick her, I'd like her just to be a little more comfortable there with her hind leg and in her hock, but a really, really nice heifer that could have withstood some more competition. We're starting to get into some of these older bred females here. Young Lady brings us a really highly presented, really striking kind of a female. One that I just appreciate her look from the side. To get nitpicky with her, I'd like to drop her down on her spine, maybe make her just a skosh more comfortable as she travels around the ring. But a heifer there on the standstill, she paints a pretty picture. One that I really, really appreciate, just the look that she gives you. A robust type of a female comes to us, one that sets down on a big set of feet and legs. I just love the power that this female has. Could we maybe just make her just a shot fresher in terms of her condition? Yeah, just a shot. I'd like to relax her there in at her knee. That's getting really nitpicky on a big powerhouse kind of a female that looks like she'll make a tremendous cow for the young man. all the way through. I think all these individual class winners bring a lot of the good to the table. It's challenging out here when you get calves and breds. To me, you got to put together in your mind which one is the best one. We got them all different stages, so it does make it challenging. But to me, I think I'm comfortable with. There's probably 4 or 5 here in contention. I think I'm comfortable with the ones that we're going to use. Again, let's go ahead and give these Red Angus exhibitors a big round of applause. As we get into our Gelby show, a nice set of young red heifers here. What heifer we're going to start with, to me, there's subtle differences between the two. She's a little more opened up there at the bottom part of her body. She's really nice in her underline. A heifer that's insanely cool and built really nice as she comes out of that shoulder. That's where she has the advantages. She probably gives up a little bone and power compared to the heifer behind her. Heifer I'd like to just make a little more comfortable there out of her front end. Like to see a shot more body. 2 really nice heifers to start our Gelby show. Class 2 head here in our Gelby show. Young man brings a big, powerful black heifer that we're going to go ahead and start with. One that I appreciate the easy doing and functionality of her. To me, a really, really nice place to start. Not to take away from young man's red heifer, one that I really appreciate the structural integrity that she has. A heifer that just needs more time. She's a shot green today compared to the young man's black heifer, but a really, really nice heifer in her own right. Well, to me, a challenging pair here, and if you want to swap the two, I guess I can't say I'd have a huge argument because I think it's close. To me today, I'm going to use the smaller framed, more striking, more attractive female to start the class. Both heifers, I think that there's some things structurally I'd pick on, and so throwing that out, this is the heifer to me that's the most striking on the profile. She's the most robust over the top side of her rib. She's got the most shape. A young lady has the advantage and maybe the maternal swoop to her belly and the added performance, and so I think this is a really nice heifer. Again, if you wanted to flop the pair, I guess I couldn't have too many arguments with you. A really, really close pair. Single entry, but one that I think could definitely withstood a lot of competition. A female I'd really like, and I'd really like to recreate her and make a hunter of her and make a cow herd out of her. I love the maternal and the amount of body, the maternal look that she has. I love how fresh she is in that chest floor, but still has so much power and body and shape as we study her out through. That's a really nice female for the young man. Well, over here on our Gelby side, a show that maybe didn't have the size, but certainly had plenty of the quality. We got four really nice representatives out here of our class winners, four heifers that I think all bring quality traits to the table. For me, there was a heifer that I think stood out. She was just a single entry. We're going to go ahead and use the young man's red heifer to be our champion. Congratulations. To me, I love the maternal and doability. As the young man's Class 2 winner, he'll be our reserve. Well, this is certainly a challenging pair here on the main side, and heifers that I can go back and forth on because I think both females do something really, really well. For me, I'm just going to use the one that's maybe more my kind today. The heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class, the young lady, one that's just super deep. I love her structure when she gets out on the move. I love how fresh and how her front end reads freshness and her chest reads longevity. A heifer that I think is just super maternal but doesn't give up too much power. A heifer that's still big bone, plenty wide enough for me today. A really nice heifer. A young lady brings a heifer here in second that, boy, I mean, you can't deny the size of foot and the power and the hip shape that this heifer has. I think where she just gives up a little center dimension. A heifer that maybe just doesn't maybe read to be as neat in her chest floor as the heifer in front of her, but boy, one that I think has a lot of future, and as she continues to body down, going to be really competitive and going to have a really good show career. A young man brings out a heifer here that I think just ran into two buzzsaws here. Young man's heifer is really, really nice. He's having a good time out here. A heifer that I love, her power, her rib, her shape, just needs maybe a little more extras to get ahead of those two today. Really nice class here, and there's some give and take. Young man's heifer here, she wins the class, and she does so just in terms of her overall softness and comfortability around the ring. Heifer, I love the swoop to her rib. I love the femininity that she presents, and through that front 1/3, that's where she has the advantages. She maybe gives up a little muscle and shape compared to the young lady's heifer here that comes in second. Heifer that I just like to elevate there, her and her hip, make her just a little more softer compared to the heifer, but one that is chock full of muscle and red meat. Going to have a really, really nice show career for the young lady. We round out with a really nice stout, highly presenting, highly tying heifer here. One that is really hairy. One I'd like to. She's feeling good at the North Star Classic, and a heifer that I think if as she calms down and goes through her show career, will really show off the quality that she has. Challenging class and a lot of different pairs and things a person can do. I'll just tell you how I see him. A young man's heifer, maybe not the one that just reaches out and grabs you, but the longer they're out here, the heifer that I think is the most comfortable, the most fault-free female in the class. She is just a skosh more moderate compared to the heifer on the left side of her in second, but a heifer that I just absolutely love just every angle that she has. I think she's comfortable at the ground. She's smooth up through that blade. She's got more body than the heifer on coming in second. A female that I think just does the most things right. Young lady's heifer, this is the one that comes out and grabs you. This is definitely the most striking one, the highest presented female in the class. I wish that we could redesign her in through her knee and up through her shoulder. I wish we could open her up just a shot there in the center portion of her body, but a heifer you can't deny her look and show ring presence, a heifer that's long made. She's got plenty of frame size for me today, but I'm not going to get too nitpicky on that. Just want to see more of that heifer. The Baldy heifer here coming out next, a heifer that does have the advantage in terms of body. She's going to be more of a moderate type of heifer, one that's got a lot of genuine body and density. I just wish we could get her a little wider there at the ground. I think she tracks just a little bit narrow, maybe make her just a little square up through her hip, but a heifer that on the profile paints a really nice picture for the young lady. A heifer here that I really like, the hind leg design. I really like the presence that she has up to her front end. I just like to make her a little more comfortable in through that shoulder. She wants to paddle as she gets out and goes, but a heifer that's got a lot of body and density. A young man brings a Baldy heifer here that I think is really intriguing, one that ties high, paints a really nice picture. Again, I'd like to redesign the way she's made through her spine and into her shoulder, maybe see a little bit more body, but a heifer you can't deny her look, presence, and that hind leg is to die for. A young lady brings out a blaze face heifer, one that's got a lot of round muscle and shape, a heifer that just needs to be a little bit smoother made for me today. A young man brings a really big bodied maternal heifer here to round out the class, one that's just maybe a little coarser in her design and joint work. A young man's done a really nice job showing. Let's give that class a round of applause. It was a really tough class. And a little more give and take on this side. The young lady's baldy heifer here. She's just a bigger footed, just square version. I like her better into her chest floor than the heifer. She maybe gives up a little dimension there in the center portion of her body. Wants to just maybe roach up in that spine ever so slightly, but a really nice place to start. Young lady brings a really cowy, more of a moderate type of female here. One that's just pushing maybe just a little chest floor for me. I like to just make her just a little bigger footed, but a really, really nice broody cow prospect for the young lady. Well, a really, really nice heifer here to lead off, and a heifer that wins the class rather handily for me. A heifer that's a bold there in the center portion of her body, super comfortable as she gets around the ring, very striking when she gets on the standstill and gives you that look. A nice place to start. There's some decisions to be made in the next two. I opted to use young man's baldy heifer here, a heifer that's just a little longer bodied, a little smoother there in her joint work compared to the heifer. And third, a heifer that maybe gives up maybe a little depth, maybe a little presence, but a really nice cowy made heifer. Again, young man's heifer rounds out the class. Really high tying. One I'd like to just make her a little more correct off either end as she gets around the ring. Really nice class of main females. Well, a very nice trio of bred heifers here, and definitely there is some discussion to be had between this top two. For me today, the young lady's Baldy heifer, one that's just absolutely striking when you get her on the standstill. She's one that you gravitate towards, a heifer that gets around the ring very comfortably. I think the advantages that she has over the heifer in second is she's better constructed. They're out of her shoulder. She's a little denser and bolder in there through the center portion of her rib, and I think she's just a shot squarer there throughout her hip. There's some advantages that the young lady's heifer has in second. This is the bigger bone, bolder type made heifer. When you get her on the standstill, she maybe just doesn't have that elegance in through her chin. Maybe is just a shot rounder in her overall makeup. Wants to duck her hook a little bit, and maybe just doesn't quite travel out of that shoulder as good. But that's a big bone, stout, really nice made heifer. I think those are two really nice ones. Not to take anything away from the young lady's black heifer rounding out the class. A super functional, basic, really nice type of a female. One that's super cowy, big-bodied, sound. Just ran into two buzzsaws there in that class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 17, Spring Yearling Main.
Over here on our main side that definitely could handle some more competition. A really nice heifer, one that's big and bold and robust, super feminine, heifer that's got a lot of power along with that femininity. I'm excited to get her out here and see how she stacks up with our other class winners. Reds, and I definitely think that there's several out here in contention, and in my mind, there's give and take between all these females. There's some definitely a couple that stand out and are very, very striking and high quality, and so it makes it challenging. I'm going to give them one last look, and I'll show you the ones I like for Champion and Reserve. For our commercial show here, two really nice heifers. A little give and take between these two. I opted to go with the more feminine made, better headed heifer, a heifer that is just a little smoother in her lines. Both heifers, to me, I'd like to maybe redesign the way their hind leg is constructed, but a heifer that just does so on femininity. Young man's heifer is a stout, robust heifer of the class, one that's got a lot of back shape and power. Just would like to make her a little less coarse to get her on the heifer today. Here on our commercial side, a really nice class of heifers. Young ladies, Blaze Face heifer. She wins the class rather handily, and she does so just in terms of volume and dimension. A heifer that reads the most maternal in terms of her build. Heifer I maybe gives up some substance of foot compared to the couple heifers behind her, but again, just overall look and build, she finds her way to the top rather handily. Next two heifers, young men here bring two really nice black heifers. I think there's some give and take. Young man here brings a really long-bodied, extended type of a female. She's constructed a little bit better there in through the center portion of her spine. I'd like to open her up to get her higher today. A nice heifer. Young man maybe has the advantage in terms of lower body, but a heifer I'd like to reconstruct off of either end of her skeleton to make her more competitive. Young lady rounds out the class with a really nice broody type of red heifer, a heifer that just gives up some bone power and compared to some of the heifers in front of her, but a really long-bodied maternal type of made female. in my mind, we can go back and forth and we can debate all day. I think that these two heifers, if they showed against each other 100 times, we probably could split it 50-50. And it just comes down to some preferential things that you like. To me today, the young man's solid red colored heifer, there's just more of her today. She's denser in through behind her shoulder. She's got more lower body. She's got so much presence with her head, and that young man gets her ears to pop forward, and it really draws a pretty picture. I really like the pin width that she has. Is she going to be as big and high performing as the shorthorn appearing female behind her? Probably not, and that's maybe where I critique her. She looks just maybe a little quick in her maturing pattern, but today I think that there is just more genuine animal and density there, and that's why she wins the class. Young lady's shorthorn appearing female, one that, again, I mean, big bone, cool looking, hairy, got plenty of muscle. I just wish there was just a little more rib shape to get her a little higher. You know, both heifers, there's some things minorly that we can fix structurally. And so I think as we study them on the standstill, I just like to see a little more rib shape and body. A young lady has the structural advantage in the class with the Hereford female, one that gets around the ring very nice, super feminine and attractive up through that front 1/3. She just gives up some bone and power compared to the two females in front of her. She's just a different kind. And so that's what makes the commercial show challenging to sort through, because this female's very good in her own right. Two black heifers that come next, a bigger framed heifer here, one that's really attractive and feminine, one that I'd like to just maybe see a little more body shape and a little more maturity, maybe just make her a Scotia, longer striding. She has the advantages in terms of just sheer performance and shape over the young man's heifer that's going to run out the class. Young man has a big-footed, big, cool-looking type of a heifer, one that I just like to see a little more performance and just loosen her up off either end of her skeleton. This class, heifer that could definitely withstood some competition. Really, really functional. I love her skeletal integrity. I love how well everything is constructed in terms of her angles. That young man gets her head jacked up. She paints a really nice picture. She's maybe not just the most jet-necked heifer you've ever seen, but from there back, boy, there's a lot of depth and just a lot of quality. Congratulations to that young man.
Winner of Class 23, January Commercial Calf, Jesse Cribs with Wiregrass Black Calf. Now entering the Bank Forward Arena is Class
Another really nice single entry here. Another heifer that would love to get her out against a lot more of them, and I think she'd hold her own. A heifer that's super maternal, super feminine, does everything you want when you ask her to go in motion. A really, really, really nice contender for our overall drive. Congratulations to that young man. Back out here in our champion commercial drive, several really nice ones, really deep all the way through. I definitely think that there is two heifers out here that come to the top in my mind. Just due to their maternal quality and their structure and their feet and legs. I think that there's a little give and take in between them. But to me, I think that there's one that just does a lot of really neat things really well. That's going to be the young man with the bred heifer. He'll be our champion commercial. Congratulations. Heifers that pairs up really well. We're going to go ahead and use this young man's black heifer for reserve. Congratulations. On our Charolais side, two really nice heifers here, and a lot of a lot of similarities in their in type and kind in these two. I opted to go with the young man's heifer. I think she's just a little more level out through her hip. She's long bodied. She's really nice in her structure. That's a really nice place to start. Young man's heifer maybe a pinch greener and gives up maybe a little shape and overall volume compared to the heifer in front of him, but a really nice heifer, one that's really sound and good on her feet and legs. Going to make a really nice project for that young man.
Our champion
Still just portrays with more genuine body, more foot, and a longer made, longer body type of package. Yet not take away young man's heifer has the advantage in terms of back shape. She's square out of her shoulder. Heifer, I just like to redesign the way she's built there on either end of her skeleton. Just maybe redesign the way she's a little more streamlined bodied, but a big red one with chock full of red meat. Good class of Charolais females. And robust. She does everything that you would ask out of a Charolais female. She's got plenty of muscle. This is why we like in the cattle industry, we like this breed so much. This is the type of female that can go out and raise those high quality herd bulls that we're asking them to do. That's a good single entry for the young lady. Some competition, big, stout, square is the type of words I'd use to describe her. She gets around the ring and motors just fine. I mean, maybe pushes just a dabble of chest, but I mean, that's getting nitpicky on a really stout, robust type of a female. Congratulations to that young lady. Single entry, and boy, this Charlet champion division is starting to add a lot of quality. Young lady brings us a big, powerful female, and one that has so much density and mass, and is still so nice and sleek up through that jaw and up through her head. I really appreciate that about her. A heifer that gets around and travels nice. We can maybe just drop her down there in her tail head, maybe just open her up a bit in her forerib. That's getting nitpicky on one that's going to be really competitive. Well, a very competitive Charlet division over here on this side, and boy, there's a lot of really nice cattle out here all the way through. You see them, we've got a little lighter in terms of numbers in our bred division, but I think all three class winners are quality and could have won big classes. And I think all the way through, there's been some really nice ones. There's one heifer in my mind that sticks out. She hit me hard. That's going to be the young lady out of this class, the third class, to be our champion. Place. I think it gets a little closer for reserve, and we can have some discussions. For me today, I'm going to go ahead and use the big bred heifer out of the last class to be our reserve. Charlet side. Each one of these was a individual class winner. We'll go ahead and talk them like they were all class winners, and we'll go ahead and pick our champion reserve. Young man brings a silver marked female out here, one that I really appreciate, her angularity. I appreciate her body. One that I'd maybe like to see just maybe a shot more bone to maybe make her just a little more competitive out here, but a really, really nice feminine made type of female. Young lady brings a highly presented orange appearing female here in the second class, and one that I just appreciate her bone, her body, her overall look, one that I think is a highly presented, highly competitive animal. Young lady's white heifer here that wins the third class, a big, robust, stout, capacious type of a female. A heifer maybe to get her a little more competitive in this drive, I'd maybe like to just shore her up in her movement, but a really, really stout made type of a female. Young man wins the last class with a gold female here. One I appreciate the broodiness and the body of this female. One that looks like she's just going to make a very fault-free, complete type of a cow. To me, I think there's one that kind of rises to the top handily. That's going to be the young lady out of our second class. She'll be our champion. Between two of these that we can have for reserve, I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's gold heifer out of the last class to be reserved. Really nice single entry here to start our Keys show. He calls this heifer Twister, and I really like Twister. Twister's stout and robust. Twister's got a lot of shape and bone. I think this heifer is going to go on and make a really nice project for the young man.
Results
Well, another single entry here, and a really high quality one at that. Young lady's gold heifer, one that's dense boned and big bodied, good neck. Just a very, very nice single entry here, one that I appreciate a lot of things about her. Males over here. Young man brings us a really feminine, really striking kind of a female that travels really nice off that hind leg. She's bold there through the center portion of her body, just very complete and very angular type of a female, one that I really appreciate. She may give up a little power to the heifer here in second, and I get that. She gives up a little bone and maybe a little shape. I just like to see a little more depth, a little more feminine look to this heifer. I'd like to just pick her up there in her hip ever so slightly, but a really nice heifer in her own right that has a lot of neat pieces. Well, another really nice class of keys and different types and kinds here. I opted to use the bigger, bolder, bigger boned heifer to start the class. One that combines a lot of neat things. She's big and powerful and stout, yet still very angular and maintains her structure as she gets out and goes. I think that's a really nice heifer. Young ladies, heifer coming in second has the advantage in maybe some turns into the shape of her rib. Heifer, I'd like to maybe just see a little more bone and a little more power, maybe just shore her up a little bit there in her spine. A really nice heifer to round out that class. Well, as we get these class winners out here to pick our champion key female, I think all four have quality, and I think that they're really nice. To me, there's two females, and I think there's a little give and take, and so I find myself asking, which one would I like to load up and add to my program, and I think that there's a female that does that and just projects a lot of future generating value, and is also still going to have a really nice show career because she does all the basics right, but she has the extras. That's going to be the young lady out of the last class. She'll be our champion. In that second, in that last class for contention, I think that there's a female out here that just checks all the boxes in terms of completeness. That's going to be the young man out of the third class. He'll be our reserve. I think it withstood some more numbers. One that I really appreciate the structural integrity of this. Of her, I think she gets around the ring just so comfortably. Big body, getting in her lines. That's a really nice place to start our limousine show. Well, another single entry here. Really nice heifer, one that's big and robust and bold there through the center portion of her body. She's very, very nice in terms of her length. Maybe like to see her handle her hind leg just a skosh better. That's getting really nitpicky on a really nice single entry. Side, another heifer that I really appreciate the structural integrity that she brings. She travels around the ring so comfortably, so good in her lines and on that profile. Another heifer, I can't wait to get her back out in our champion overall drive. And those kind of things, this is a female would be for you. One that is very, very bold. One that I'd maybe like to make her just a little more comfortable as she travels around the ring. But that's getting really nitpicky on one that's going to make a whale of a cow for the young lady. Heifer here, one that's certainly stout and powerful in her own right. She's got a lot of shape, a lot of bone. Really like her here parked. A heifer maybe just wish she would reach just a little more comfortably. Again, we're getting very nitpicky on one that I think is going to make a really nice cow for the young man. To decide our champion reserve limousine females. Let's go ahead and give all these kids a round of applause. It's been a very nice limousine show. A show that we lacked a little bit in terms of numbers, but we sure didn't lack in terms of quality. I think we could have added about 30 more head and probably ended up with these 5 as our class winners. They're really, really nice all the way through. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's bred heifer to be your champion. We'll use the young man who won the first class as your reserve. Congratulations. What a great way to start the Angus show on this side. And this heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class, she does so rather handily. This is what my wife would describe as a fun Angus. And what we mean by that is one that covers all the basics in terms of being ladylike and feminine, but then has those added extras, that extra bit of width and bone and hair and power. She's a really nice heifer and a great way to start. A young man's heifer that comes out in second, a big stout type of an Angus heifer, one that's got plenty of muscle. I just like to maybe sure up there in her structure to get her high. She has the advantage in how she handles her hock compared to the heifer that's going to round out the class. Another heifer that's big bodied, a very nice one. It's going to make these two young men a really nice cow. Gonna tread here in the Angus show. We're in for a fun ride. I mean, both these females are very, very good in their own right. Bit of a different type and kind. I'll explain to you how I see him. The young man that's going to win the class, I think he has the most fault-free heifer in the class. As she goes around the ring, when she's set up, it's really hard to poke a hole in this female. I know that she's maybe not the densest, maybe not the most powerful one, but in terms as we project these heifers on down the road, I think a heifer that's never going to really have a bad day. A heifer, yeah, I'd maybe like to see with her with the size of foot and bone as maybe the heifer behind her does, but one that I just think is so fault-free and so comfortable as she moves around the ring. Young lady's got the one that's been the problem child in this class, because when she gets her set up right there, you can't deny how powerful and how robust that heifer is. I just wish that she was constructed just a little bit better out of that shoulder. She just wants to dump her hip just ever so slightly, wants to just kind of open up there on the top side of her shoulder. I mean, we're getting really nitpicky on a really nice female. That's a tough pair. A young man that's going to come in third, you know, a heifer that has some of those extra features in terms of foot size and bone. A heifer maybe I just like to see a little more genuine shape there in her underline and in her flank, but a heifer, again, one that's big-legged, one that's super cool. When he gets her on the standstill, boy, she paints a really good picture. Maybe a little more immature compared to the heifer in front of her, but again, one that's going to go on down the road. I think that those three females, we're going to have a lot of fun cussing, discussing, and see how they come together here over the next year. Young man brings a really long-bodied, really nice type of a heifer in fourth here, and one that's very good in her own right. I'd like to relax her just ever so slightly in her spine, just lift her up there in her loin to get her around those three ahead of her today, but a heifer that gets around very comfortably on her feet and legs, really nice neck. A powerhouse one comes out next, and one that's got a lot of power. I'd like to maybe just shore her up a little bit there in her hock, and make her a little more comfortable to maybe get her into that top side of the class. But when this lady parks her, boy, there's a lot of body and power and bone. That's a really nice heifer. Young man brings maybe a greener and just shot frailer heifer compared to some of her contemporaries up front. But a heifer I really appreciate the femininity, the overall maternal look that she has. Heifer coming out next, one that's maybe a little more moderate and maybe not going to be the biggest one that you've ever seen, but big-bodied and very stout in her own right. Maybe like to jack her up there as she comes out of her shoulder. Young lady brings a really striking, big, powerful one here. Just like to make her a little surer in her movement as she goes around the ring. class. But for me, I think there's a heifer that rises to the top fairly handily. One that is so striking. The second she hits the ring, she's so good on her feet and legs. I just love the shape of her. She paints such a pretty picture. Is she the stoutest Angus we've seen? No, not by any means. Is she stout enough for me? Plenty stout enough for me. I think that's a heifer that checks a lot of boxes in terms of the type and kind that I like and what I'm gravitating towards. Again, a heifer that just does a lot of things so good. Bigger framed heifer here, but one not too big framed by any means. A heifer that's really long necked. I got plenty of bone and shape. For me, she's not as pretty in her skull compared to the heifer, and I know we're getting nitpicky talking skull shape out here, but in this class of this quality, we got to find some of those nitpicky things. That's a really nice, big, robust Angus heifer. One that I really like on the profile here is young man's heifer, big-bodied, one that's got a lot of striking presence to her. For me today, I think she needs just to be a skosh sounder off that hind leg to get any higher compared to those top two, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Young lady brings a really feminine, really angular type of heifer next. A heifer I just like to square her up there in her hock. She wants to get a little sickle hock for me as she gets out and goes, but big-bodied and a big striking profile for the young lady. That's a really nice one. Young man brings out a big, stout, robust heifer here. One that I think has got a lot of pin placement and pin shape. One that I really, really like. Again, I'd like to just soften her up and make her handle that hind leg just a little bit better. Just shear her up there a little bit in her forerib. But again, a really, really nice heifer with a lot of squareness and back shape. Young lady brings a heifer that I really like the hind leg design on her, and I think it could get her higher. For me today, she wants to just dip out of her hip just a little bit, gets a little untidy up there and how her forerib transitions into her chest, but a really nice female in her own right. Young lady brings out a really long-bodied cow here made, one that I just like to make a little more feminine up there through her front 1/3, just clean her up, and she wants to get a little crusty neck on us, but a really nice female in her own right. Big, stout, powerful couple of heifers come next, ones that I really appreciate the body and mass they have. Again, ones that I think we just need to true up in their skeletal design to get them higher. Young man brings a really, really nice heifer that's feminine, long, good body, good type made female, one I'd like to ease up on either end of her skeleton. Two heifers rounding out. They just are really good females in their own right. They just maybe need some of those extras, some of those show ring pizzazz that maybe some of the females above them have, but very nice functional cattle in their own right. Very challenging class, and I don't know if there was the heifer in this class that just reaches out and grabs it and says, "Hey, I need to win." And I think that's what makes it challenging, because I think there's a lot of flips and switches we can make down throughout. I landed on the heifer. To me, again, it comes down to completeness and what heifer does the least amount of things wrong. And to me, it's this heifer. When she gets parked, she's absolutely stunning. She's bold through the center portion of her body. She's long throughout her hip. She's got a nice hind leg. Her shoulder and knee is certainly appropriate. Is she just the cleanest up through that jowl? No, she probably isn't in the class, but it's certainly good enough and certainly comes out really nice. I think that's a nice place to start just in terms of completeness. Young man's heifer here has one that I think has some pieces that put her ahead of the heifer in first in terms of shape and in terms of robustness, and as we study her down the top side of her spine. A heifer I just like to drop just in the center portion of her body. She wants to get a little awkward as she's designed there and through her hip and hind leg. If we could just open her up a little bit more, that'd be, I think we could get that heifer higher. But again, a heifer that's big bone, soft footed, gets around the ring very comfortably. A nice heifer. Young man has a heifer here that I debated moving a little bit higher. To me, it comes down to she's not just the tidiest and through that chest floor and into that neck, and I'd really like to just open her up and fill her in through that forerib just ever so slightly. But a heifer that's very comfortable on that hind leg paints a really pretty picture when the young guy gets her set up. I think that's a really nice heifer, and with some time and feed, I think she'll open up more and can get higher in that class. Young lady brings the bold stout, opened up one. A heifer may be pushing just a little too much condition for me today, but again, when I get behind her, there's a lot of hip and a lot of top. One that I think is going to make a really nice brood cow for the young lady. Young man brings a really nice heifer here. One that, if we could relax her there in the angle to her shoulder, I think we could get her a little bit higher, maybe make her a shot bigger footed, but a good heifer in her own right, good in her angles and her design. One that I really appreciate, the feminine look about her head and neck. That's a really nice heifer. The young lady brings out a maybe more conventional looking type of a heifer, maybe doesn't have some of the ESTs, but again, really a nice brood cow type of a female, big bodied and gets around the ring comfortably. Again, like to make it just a little softer everywhere, maybe give her some of those extra pieces, but very complete type of a female. Another one of those complete type of females comes out, a heifer that if we could clean her up in there through her jawline there, maybe make her just a skosh more feminine, I think we could get her higher, but a big bodied, big stout, capacious type of a female. Young lady brings a greener maid type female out, one that just needs some more time on feed just to get her a little higher. Like to maybe just shore her up there in her hock. Young man brings out again a really nice functional type of female, just needs some of the extras to get her higher today. Angus heifers here as we keep on chugging down the line. Heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class. One that I just love, her overall look from the side. Heifer that paints such a pretty picture. She's a little flatter and through that hip. Maybe isn't the most pulled apart compared to the heifer behind her, but to me she's just built a little better. She just wants to get around the ring a little more comfortable when she's not wanting to fight the young lady and actually relaxes and moves out here. I think that's just a really, really nice, solid heifer to start the class with. A young man brings one that's got a little more shape to her. To me, I just like to relax her in her angles, make her just get a little more comfortable in through that knee. But again, a really nice heifer. She's big bodied, cool neck, comes out really high. Young man pulls her together really nice. Young lady does a great job showing this heifer, and I think one that made it a little more challenging. Again, I just like to see just a little more shape there through the center portion of her body. I'd like to see her transition just a little nicer there through her forehead and up through her chest floor. But again, one that's long-bodied and good-looking. That's a really nice heifer. A young lady brings a stouter, bigger-boned heifer, one that I just would like to reconstruct the way she's designed and make her just a little sounder, make her a little more ladylike as she goes around the ring. But a heifer, you can't deny the power and shape she has. And we round out with a really functional, correctly made heifer. We just need to see a little more foot size and a little more shape in that female to get her higher. Congratulations to those exhibitors. This November Angus heifer, really attractive maid type of a female with some added substance. I'd maybe like to redesign the way she's constructed there in her hind leg, but again, a really, really nice heifer. that she possesses. I love the angularity of her. She's really bold, and I love how her rib just sweeps so nicely in that underline. She maybe is pushing just a schmeckle of chest, and maybe isn't just the boldest out of the top side of her hip compared to maybe the heifer behind her. But to me, I think she does the most things good when it comes down to structure. Young man's got more of a stout and powerful one, heifer that maybe sits down on a bigger set of feet and legs. I just like to redesign the way that heifer's built, make her just a little sounder to get her ahead of that one in first, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Well, as we get into the older heifers here, a young man brings us a really nice, really stout kind of made female, one that's really wide in terms of her pin placement, a female that comes to us in a nice rig with a big set of feet and legs. You know, maybe is she the prettiest heifer up there through her front end? No, she wants to get a little crusty, maybe like to clean her up through her jaw, but again, a really stout, good made type of a female to go ahead and win this class. Well, we're going to keep this class the way they came in. Start with the young lady's heifer here. Just a heifer that's got a lot of the extra. She's big boned, she's dense, she's stout. And she's pushing plenty of condition for me today, but honestly, she handles it as well as she can. She travels very adequately around the ring. Again, a heifer that's got a lot of width and a lot of stoutness to her. A nice way to start. More of a conventional type female here, but one that's going to make a really nice cow for the young man. A heifer that I really appreciate the boldness, the extra set of bone size of foot that she has compared to the heifer behind her. She's neater through that chest floor and into that forerib compared to the heifer behind her, and that's why she's second today. A really nice heifer. Young man brings in a heifer to round out the class, big, maternal and broody. She's just pushing a little too much chest floor for me. I'd like to maybe just give her a little shot more bone to get her higher, but a really nice broody made type of an Angus female for the young man. Well, a really nice set of Angus females here. Young man brings us a bigger frame, broody one, one that I love how much density she has. She's big in that center portion of her body. Still very nice in terms of her composition, in terms of her front end. She's really nice up through there and clean through that chest floor. Heifer maybe not the best constructed in that hind leg. Again, we're getting nitpicky on a really nice heifer. Longer bodied, kind of a female comes next. A heifer, I just relax there in the center portion of her spine. I'd like to clean her up through her chest floor, but a very, very nice long-mane maternal type of female for the young man. Go ahead and put your hands together for a tremendous Angus drive here. The classes and quality was very deep, and I really appreciate all of our class winners out here. I think they all represent kind of what I think my kind of Angus female is, in terms of cattle that we use in a crossbreeding program among so many other breeds. I want them to bring to the table what the Angus cattle are known for, just completeness, ladylike characteristics, and that's kind of how I chose them. To me, I think that there's a couple out here that excel in those areas, and then maybe even have a little bit of extra to really propel a breeding program. I want to commend all the breeders and all the fitters and exhibitors here, and this is a really, really nice set. I'll go show you the two I like. Let's give them one more big round of applause.